All right, all right. Good morning, good morning. How's it going, Predator? Let's check, see if we got any audio here. Sounds like you guys can hear me. I don't know. I have to mess with the settings and stuff. I don't know how well you can hear me or how decent I sound. I got this new mic stuff that I'm still messing around with. So hold on one second. Hello. Yo. Yeah. So we are opening up here with a pretty nice large gap. Do we think the gap is going to be filled? Might take me a little minute, guys. I did change which monitor is showing on screen here, so there could be some mistakes happen today. We'll see. But you can see I did trade the London session here. We did take this short right here. No, actually, it's over here. So on this pushback above the VWAP, I tried to get long. I stopped out for a loss, then it pulled back, and we took the short for the lows. And then it traded back up into this order block 2-3 times. And I took another short, but kind of gave back the profit. So we ended up the London session up like $100 total between a couple accounts. But the gap from Friday, where's it at? Here it is. So you guys can see 136.50 up there, somewhere in that area. So let's go ahead and just kind of mark that area out. Could be, could be a little bit of a draw here. We got a news heavy week beginning on Wednesday. So today and tomorrow, no news really to speak of. No news really to speak of today and tomorrow. We are opening up relatively close to the VWAP there. Relatively close. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Trying to push into that 400 subscribers. I think at the start of this video here, we are maybe 348 or something like that. Let's take a look here at what Mancini has said today. I think he said yesterday 95 on the ES was going to be support. As long as we held 95, we could push. Tested the 95. I think the low is 99.50. That was established during the London session there. So let's see if Mancini tweeted out this morning. He said, on Friday, ES put in a 115-point rally, reclaiming its core bull market trend line at 43.10 this week. I was looking for a dip back test, and we hit and base there, 14 hours. Plan today, 43.10, 95 equal key supports. As long as above 43.22 is in play, we've already ran 43.22. 43.36 up next. 95 fails, we see 80. So 43.10 and 95 are kind of the key levels there. And so let's just go ahead and mark those out. Next up is going to be 36. Well, we're getting some push now. What's going on here? Now we got 8 minutes until open, so. Getting some movement. So we do got we're going to use the copy trader today for just my normal trading strategy after the open. Wow. This thing's just taking off. Taking off here. There's no news, so I don't know what that's from. I guess it decided it just wanted to go. All right, let's get this stream shared here. Let's share it up. So anyways, I was telling you guys, so we're just going to be using this one chart to show you guys for now. I may divvy it up later and show you both the chart from the man, if I could think this morning, the chart from the Rinko strategy. There we go, the Rinko strategy. So the Rinko strategy, we're still going to be using that. We're kind of dialing in the risk to reward on that now. We got it much closer to a 1-to-1 today, so we'll see how it goes. Much closer to a 1-to-1 today. So we ran the 23s there on the ES, so we ran the highs. Nasdaq's still lagging behind a little bit here. Where is the highs? All right, let's mark out the... So we just ran the highs from the London. Yeah, we just ran the overnight highs there. So there's the high and the low. We got the pivot down here at the 77, as you guys can see there. So what do we think? If we do we get going? We do got this 100-point gap to the upside, right? So do we get going towards that gap there at open? Or do we sell back down and test the lows since we ran the overnight highs already? Well, I want to say we ran the high. We ran the London high there. The overnight high, I guess, is at 40.25. So there's the overnight high. So I don't know. We'll see what happens here at open. Got about 3.5, 4 minutes until open. So I am going to be keeping up with the wins and losses. Still going to be running so on this right here, this account, we're going to be running the ABCs. Let's pull this over here. So this is the one with the copy trader on it. So that's that. This is the one we're using for the breakout strategy, 15-minute breakout. This is the one we'll be using just for regular trades. So let's put this one on the 3-minute chart. So kind of going in an open here, let's just look at, man, I got to get this set up. I don't even have any of this stuff set up. What am I doing? So we'll use 2 contracts here. This one, that's the 15-minute opening range break. And let's put this on the 5. Let's see here. So we need to put a stop loss on this. 60. 152. Just trying to make sure I got. That one actually does need to be 1 minute. All right. So that's kind of the idea here at open, right? If we kind of hold this low to low. So that's kind of the idea there. It's kind of the idea going into open here. So let's see if we can pivot all the way down at the 77s. Oh wait, that's what I was missing. So pivot down at the 77, pivot to the upside way up there at the 294. All right, let's see what happens here. We're open. So you're going to wait here until this thing kind of calms down. So holding up here at the VWAP right there at the 15,005s. Just kind of watching here. Let's give it a second to calm down, see which direction it's going to go, kind of get in sync with the ES there. The only thing I don't like about the highs, ES is pushing the highs, is if the ES shows any weakness, Nasdaq might sell down. So it's kind of holding up here at the 20s on the ES, 21 area, 22. Let's just see what happens. Be patient. Jump in if it presents itself. So holding up there at the VWAP, 15,005. Starting to push here. ES pushing as well. Just waiting. Get over that 15-20 area there. Maybe we take a long. Just holding up at the VWAP at this point. Not much to do yet. Let's just wait and see. Pivot point at the 77s. And losing the VWAP here down to the whole number. In my opinion, tough to short this. Got the whole number, the 90. ES pushing up, Nasdaq pulling down. Is it going to bring the ES down with it? ES still holding up, looking stronger at this point. ES looking a lot stronger here. There's the pivot point right there at the 77s. ES still holding the 21s. I didn't love that short just because you got the whole number in the 90. Just did not want to take a short there because of that. Could have bounced in that area easily. So ES pulling back here into the 19s. Nasdaq approaching the lows at the 71s. Looking like going to want to run the lows there. Alright, about to run the lows here. Seller's still looking good. ES looking a lot stronger here. It's holding the 20s, guys. The ES has literally pulled back 3-4 points. Nasdaq is down 40 points at this point from the open. Can it hold the pivot here and push back up? Will the ES bring it back up there? That's kind of the question. No trades yet. Just being patient. ES still pushing here. 24s. Considering a long, but any weakness in the ES here is going to bring the Nasdaq lower. It's kind of the only problem. It's the only problem. Any weakness in the ES here is just going to bring us down. ES ran the highs and now it's pulling back through the overnight lows now. Would be a decent spot there to take that short. You could have. I don't like shorting at the lows though. I do not like shorting at the lows. But there we go, down into the 50s. ES pulling back to the 21s. We're in straight sell mode at this point. Through the 50s. Well, I just didn't love where we opened up at. You had the VWAP right in this area. So like we bounced off the VWAP, retested that trend, and then sold. But you had the whole number, the VWAP, the 90. Like, you know, you did have that push back up into the 90 there, but then you had the pivot here. So for me, not really my kind of ideal of a setup to participate there, but you could have. Now if we get back above this pivot here, strong, and the ES starts pushing, then you could consider a long at that point. There's the pivot. See if we can push through it. ES up to the 24s here. I don't know if it's going to reject this pivot or if it's going to go. It's the million-dollar question. Looks like it wants to go, but you just don't know. Unable to get above the pivot there. Just watching the WADA here. If the sellers come in, we might... Well, there comes some buyers, though. All Alright, we're going to take a long here. Might get burned on it, but we're going to give it a try. See if we can't get this pushed back up. Oh, I tried to move the stop there, but give it a little more room anyway, huh? Yeah, we're going to get stopped out. I shouldn't have moved it. Volume looks good. There's really no reason to move it there. Let's see if it retests the pivot here. We may jump back in long. What do we got here? 70, 60, where are we at? 84. Okay, just making sure. What happened? Did not feel me? What in the heck happened there? What? I do not know what's going on over here on this Ninja. I just took a long, but it's not showing. Oh, now it's showing me in the position with no stop losses. What in the heck is going on? I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea. I just tried to take a position over here and it stopped me out. I don't know what happened there. It did not. I don't know what's going on. For whatever reason, I put my on the Ninzarenko. I put the order on here, and it filled me, but immediately showed me in red. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I should have been filled. I don't know what happened. Anyways, it's fine. So it stopped me out for a 265 loss there. I was only looking for 20 ticks there, so I'm not quite sure how I got stopped out for a loss. Shouldn't have been because I entered at 84.25 and it pushed to 88. Well, I guess maybe it was. Not quite there yet. All right, so the ES kind of pushing the highs there, 27.50. Nasdaq still trailing behind here. Volume trying to pop in here now. Feels like I kind of it's all right. So you get the pivot point down there at 77s. So kind of holding up there above that trend line, looking like it wants to push. ES looking a lot stronger here than Nasdaq. Looking a lot stronger. It's still up at the highs. Nasdaq hanging down at the lows. We get some volume here and get us through that VWAP there at the 97 area. You got the VWAP kind of that 98 area there. So we get above that VWAP and get going. Then we can consider a long. What happened, Denny? Oh. So pushing the 15,000 here. Let's see if we get above that VWAP. Looking like she wants it. Oh, and the 98s. Come on, let's go. Booyah. Nice easy read right there, guys. Nice easy read. As soon as we broke through that VWAP, watching that WADA there, we took it. see what account this is on. All right, so we're up $710 on that push up there. ES up into the 31s here now. All right, here we go, pushing. See if we got to push to the 35s here. See if we can't get this pushed through. Currently long over here on the Ninzarenko strategy. First target's 30. I moved my second target up to the, what's 30.50. Move my second target up to the highs there. Come on, at least fill me on the first one here. Trying to give it a moment here. WADA's losing momentum. All right, there's some volume coming in there. Come on now. There we go. So we're break even now. Can't lose. We got one oh, come on. Stop me out there. I was looking for that break. Wanted that break through the highs there. There it goes now without me. It literally just wicked down, stopped me out on the runner, and then did not take me with it. Did not take me with it. That's all right. So I got long there on the Ninzarenko strategy. Got in just a little later than I was supposed to. Really should have been long from that 21.50, but wasn't looking. I got long 25.50, so 4 handles above where I really should have been long. But got filled on the first, down 165 now. Tough to take a long now, pushing through the highs here. And there we go, pushing the highs there. ES pushing up into the 33, 34 area now. Kind of feel like I missed out on that one there, but that's okay. We did take the break of the trend line here. That was the easiest read of the day, I believe. Ran the highs there. What time is it? Oh, opening range. Okay, here's the opening range. Which one are we taking the opening range on? I forgot. I forgot all about the opening range, guys. All right, guys, I did miss that opening range push right there. What? Why is it not letting me? What's going on here? 34. All right. Okay, so the top of the opening range here, as you guys can see, is 37. You're really kind of, I should have, so we should have been taking the long right there for that push through on the 45 candle. So we would have been stopped out on this particular one. So I don't know if I really should even be taking this since I missed it. Oh! So anyways, let's see what happens. I kind of missed it there. This would be a loss. So I don't even know if I should take it, to be honest. But it's not really. So if we do take it here, we may just we may take it off at reasonable profit if we're watching the WADA here. Because we should have taken it on that 45 candle push up there, and it would have been a loss. So watching the WADA. So we're long. So we're long from 37. So what will we need? 57 kind of. 57 in order to move it to 47. And you know, it's already going to be a loss, right? It was technically going to be a loss, so we may lock in some here. We'll see. Let's get 57 here. Get through those 50 strong. So I'm going to go ahead and lock in 10. On one contract, and we'll leave the other one. Yeah, we'll just lock it in on both. So this would have been a loser, obviously, but so I'm going to manage this a little differently here. So let's get this push here. WADA's still looking pretty good. Pushing through the 57s there. So we're going to lock in 55. Stopped out on 1. See if she can just go here. Come on, WADA. Let's go. Push it. Get through the 70s. All right, so we're going to lock in 20 handles here. We're going to leave it there and see if we can't, well, can't get the push there. That's okay. Like I said, I managed that one a little differently. Probably would just get stopped out here for the 10. This would have been a loser. You guys see, we should have got in long on this candle, and it would have stopped us here. And then it's going. So this would have been a loser. It will be a loser in the review, but obviously we took it for a winner there. So up $760 on that breakout. And then what do we use? So up 760 on one, 710 on the other there. Down 165 on the other. So we'll put this account away for today. I think. Yeah, and then this is the one that we got the copy trade on. So as you guys can see, that breakout there, we would have gotten stopped out for 10 anyway. So we locked in a little more than that. Really, it would have been a loser if we look at it completely objectively there. So we'll put these over here so you guys can see. We do have like 12 or 13 accounts over here on this copy trade. They're all challenge accounts. So we're only $1,000 away from getting this one funded here. And then this kind of 15-minute breakout one, we're $3,000 away from getting that one, that 150K funded. Kind of switch back and forth here between the 1 minute. Just watching the WADA here. We are right here at the 50, so I'll be a little more, be a little careful here. ES pushed up into the 34s, pulling back into the 31s. How's it going, Anna? Through the 50s there. See if this thing can break 62. Kind of, you had a little breakout set up there. Got the 50s, so all right, let's see what we've taken this morning. We took a loss, but I'm going to attribute that to probably, so we had one win on the Rinco. That was 5. One loss of 5. Really just keeping up with the Rinco strategy here. So we've got another setup here on the Ninja Rincos, but we are right at the 50. Not well, you would be taking it at 52. So if it doesn't go now, if it goes now, we might take this long on the Rincos. I mean, we are at the 52.75 would be your entry. If we have one more red candle print, we'll probably take it off. So if this candle here can push, which you guys can't see it, but pull it over here. So this is that Ninjarinko setup here. Got the trend up. You do have the red right there, but if this candle can push, we would stay in it because we got room between here and the high. So let's see what happens. If we hit 5 handles on this, then it automatically triggers the second one to go to break even. So that's the idea here. We might move it. Oh, there we go. So let's get 10. Come on, let's go. Come on, give me the 10. Stop me out on the second one. So we got filled there on the first, stopped out on the second. For $100, $100, down 55 now on that. So that's another one. It's a win. 5 points, stopped out. So pretty much, I mean, not quite break even, but close right there. $55. Oh yeah, this is a funded account that I'm trading here too, guys. That is a funded that I'm using the Rincos on. So kind of failed to push through the highs there. I could have probably locked in a little bit of, I could have locked in 5 on that second one. Would have been nice. Why it is green if we're in a war situation? What? Oh, why is the market green? I don't know. That's just how the markets are, Anna. They don't really They do what they want to do, right? They do what they want to do. The markets do what they want to do. You know, if it was that easy, everybody would make money, right? Because everybody would just say, "Oh, this is going on in the world. I'm just going to get long, or I'm going to get short, so on and so forth." So it's not that easy. They don't make it that easy for that reason, I suppose. So no trades yet on the copy trade account. You can see losing a little bit of momentum here to the upside. The ES is up there to 36, which Mancini said this morning was the first target up above 22. He didn't really give a second target. I do think he tweeted again during that movement there. He said perfect technical back test in ES. 4310 was key back test level for this week. As posted, it defended and bounced. 22 first target. They hit 36 second target, almost there. 48 is above. Now that 4310 defended, bulls must hold, or a much deeper retracement is needed. So they're saying we got to hold 10 now. What do you say the next up was? 48. So we'll just mark out 48 as the next up. So you can tell it kind of looks like we're losing a little momentum here to the upside. Just kind of got some wicks, you know, unable to go. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. If you're not yet subscribed, please do me a huge favor. Press the subscribe button. We're trying to push up into the... Well, we wanted to get to 360 last week was the goal. We didn't make it. The goal this week really 400. Sticking to the goals even though we were short last week. We are going to be streaming the London session all week. So I will be live 3 a.m. Eastern. And then we'll also be streaming the New York all week as well. Most likely. I actually might miss a session one day this week. We might miss a New York session one day. We'll see. But overall, we're going to be streaming more this week, right? There's the 60s right through the high of day right now. ES pushing the 38s. Let's check the volume on this push up. WADA is looking okay. It's right there at the dead man. Right at the dead man here. I could take a long here on the Nenzarenko strategy. Not going to do it because we are at the highs. So don't want to break the rules there on that. And rejection. I mean, look at that. Didn't take the long there because we're following the rules on the Renko number 1 and following the rules on the ABC. ES pushed up to 38, pull back down to 34s. Nasdaq 25-point drop in less than a minute there. Pushed up into the 66s, made a new high, and all the way back down to the 38s. Pulling back into the 40s here, just ripping right back down. Kind of not holding that low to low kind of trend line there on the 3-minute chart there, losing it. Oh, what time is it? All right, 10 o'clock. Let's look at the... Where's my 5-minute one at? Okay, there it is. Losing my mind over here, guys. All right, let's watch for a 5-minute gap. Let's think about which direction we prefer the gap to be, right? What direction do we prefer it to be? We have the gap, the opening range gap to the upside. We have decent upside potential today. So I'd almost like it to be to the upside, but it feels like it's probably going to be to the downside at this point. We'll see. Wow, look at this thing. So let's think about what we're looking for here if we're looking to participate short potentially. We ran the highs. All right, we ran the lows first. We ran the highs. What's the next obvious draw on liquidity, right? So this is your next obvious draw on liquidity back to the lows. So we'd like to see a market structure shift, which we are getting right here. If this candle prints and it leaves a gap right here, that would be your short entry. And we will take this short entry. We will take it. So if you got short from 30, stop is at the 67. So back to the VWAP right here, 15,005 area on the Nasdaq. Actually, is that the VWAP? Yeah, VWAP at the 15,005. So this is kind of your switch to the 1 minute. So this would be your silver bullet setup this morning if we can if we get it. Then we got 1 more minute left on this candle here. A little less than that. So that's kind of be what you would be looking at. We'll push back up into the 29. We'll take a short. The pivot down there at the 77s. So that's kind of the idea we got going on here. Let's see how this plays out. Let's see if we get tagged in here. So once again, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. If you're not yet subscribed, please press that subscribe button. Let's kind of look at the 1 minute setup here. Holding below the VWAP here. Just watching the WADA here, see kind of what's going to happen. This looks like an ABC to the downside, obviously. So just kind of waiting. See if the sellers come through here, if the buyers push this back up. Obviously, we're looking for a short over there on the other chart, but trying to get above the VWAP now. Volume comes in strong here. So I didn't take that ABC setup there. It was a nice little setup, but we didn't take it. Water looking good. So let's see if this short idea works out here for us, or if we just get crushed. We're taking this on the copy trade accounts, so I feel okay about it. We may have to take some heat on it. And obviously if we get up 20, 30 points, I may take it off. We'll see. May trail it down tightly here if we can, if it goes in our direction, that is. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I wasn't even paying attention over here. Supposed to be short on the 5-minute setup, too. So, same kind of setup here. Let's see here. So, short from 26.50, 40, so 80 handles would be, see, 26. 40? Yeah. So I'm short. Let's see what happens. Again, we're short over here on the copy trade account too. So if we get up 10, 15 handles, I might just take it off on the copy trade. So I'm going to go ahead and go to break even here. I know it's the wrong thing to do, but that's what I'm doing. All right, I just took that one off. I don't want to have like, it's going to work probably, but I don't know. I didn't think about it. I didn't want to be in both positions. Got a little worried there. I don't know why I did, but and there she goes. This is going to play out perfectly as I lined it out there, and then I did not stay in it, as you guys are going to see. Probably going to play out, but we'll see what happens. So pushing back up here a little bit. We are currently short on the 5-minute strategy. Over here, I'll pull that into the stream in just a second. What in the heck was that? So yeah, we are currently short on the 5-minute strategy here. So short from 26, stops at the 67. 67.75 there. So what is that? 40 handles basically. So 80, 26, 60 plus 20. Yeah, 26. I think that's right. I don't know. Let me get the calculator. Let's get the calculator. 15,026 minus 14,946. It may not matter at the end of the day, right? 15,026 minus 14,946. All right, so that's 80 handles. About right. Something like that. What's going on, Smurf? What's going on? Bartholomew J. Smurfington. So we're risking, I guess, like $800 or so here. So we're not gonna. This is kind of what we're looking at here. If we get stopped out, not that big a deal, but let's just see what happens. So pushing up into that gap there, let's see if it holds it. See if it holds below. So this is the gap here that we're looking at. There's the gap on the 5-minute mechanical strategy. So we'll see what happens. This thing could go either way. Like I said, I kind of liked it more to the upside than I did to the downside, but that's a mechanical strategy. We don't get to choose. We don't get to choose. We just take whatever it presents us. Whatever it presents us. We did take a little profit, if you're wondering, on the copy trade accounts. Not anything crazy. What was it? $95 on the ones that we had 2 contracts on, and $50 on the ones we only had 1. So not a lot. So $95 across. I think there's 13 of those. No, 12 of those, and then $50 across the other 3 or 4. Obviously, I could have got a little more profit there, but then you can see it did push back up. So still looks okay for a sell down. I like the way the ES looks right here. It also has the same structure. So I do like the way the ES looks at this point. But if it gets through, I don't know. The ES is up there at the 32s. You kind of want to see it turn around kind of right now. If it doesn't turn around kind of right now, then we probably end up getting stopped out. So pushing here. Ugh. Let's just see. I mean, nothing to do. It's a mechanical strategy, right? So we enter and we exit. That's all we do. Beyond that, we don't do much. We manage the trade if we need to. Probably shouldn't, though. So holding the gap so far. ES pulling back into the 30. Let's see if we get this run towards this. Let's put in this higher low or lower high. No, wait. Yeah, lower high. Let's make a run towards that sell side. See if we can get it. Sellers coming in here strong on the WADA right now. Just for a moment. We're in that time of day where we kind of don't get a whole lot of follow through. Let's check on, I think Nutty's back today, isn't he? Let's check on old Nutty. If you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button for me. Like. Where are we at? We anybody else subscribe this morning? Let's check it. I thought I brought that up. Guess I did. $3.48. Still at 348, guys. We got to get some. If you're watching and you're not yet subscribed, come on, help me out. Just press that button. It is free. It is free. So still just hanging out right here in this range. Not much to do right here on this account. We're just watching. Just got it here so you guys can watch. Again, we're risking, I guess, what is that? $800-ish for possible $1,600 winner. $800-ish. ES pushing back up into the 32s here. Pushing up into the 32s. As you can see, the Nasdaq is trying to test the 50. Got the VWAP down there at the 10. Would have been nice to, I don't love how deep we are pushing up into this gap, to be honest. But nothing to do here but to watch. Nothing to do but to watch. So he is up to the 33s, pulling back. All right, here we are at the 50s. The WADA looking good here for a push up. We're above the explosion line, or above the dead man, above the explosion line here. Might get stopped. There comes the buyers. Kind of feel bad here. I feel like I missed this long. Not that it doesn't have anything to do with me not wanting to fade myself, because, you know, sometimes if you see a setup, you should take it. But that was a nice little, I mean, you can see this ABC on the, over here, little ABC there. Yeah. Was a nice ABC setup. So we didn't get stopped out there. Maybe we just put in a lower high and then we sell back down. I don't know. That's the hope. That's all we can hope for in that 5-minute strategy. If you guys are interested in trading futures, we do have the links in the description down there with the coupon codes for APEX, 71% off and 80% off Bulenox. Topstep still running the 50K accounts for $49. I think 60% off all the other accounts. No coupon code needed there, but if you use the link to sign up, it helps out the channel. We do appreciate it. So getting a little pullback here. Now I'm trying to push. So now the explosion line's below the dead man. So we can't participate in a long here. I mean, we can, but it's against the rules, right? Would be against the rules. Let's kind of zoom out here a little bit. I mean, this is kind of looking, I mean, not even really kind of, you know. Kind of a bullish look to it off the lows there. Not a great look for the short position that we're in, but hey, you never know, right? You just never know. That's why we take it. You never know. You only need 2 winners a week. 2 winners a week. 2 winners a week, 3 losers. That's fine. So statistically speaking, you're going to lose 3 times a week on this strategy. 15-minute breakout breakdown was technically a loser today, but we did not get in. I wasn't paying attention. We missed the entry. We did take it on the second break, and it was a winner for $760. You guys see right there. I think that's, yeah, that's it. $760. All right, pushing back down here. Pushing through the 50s there, back down to the 30s. VWAP down there at the 10s. WADA's looking pretty decent here. The explosion line's just above the dead man here. So maybe we can get that VWAP touch in before we get a push back up would be nice. And then we get a push through the VWAP. Maybe that's possible. Who really knows? Could be possible. All right, pushing down into the 20s here. Back to our entry point right here. Again, we kind of want to see it break this low-to-low trend line here. That's not quite. You'd have to get through there. The VWAP down there at the 10, so we might participate short. We get a push through the trend line first and then get a little retest. Then we could, it gives us a little room there to participate short possibly. Explosion line now moving back below the dead man, kind of impeding our ability here. There comes the sellers, trying to push it back down. All right, there we go, testing that trend line there. We want to see it push through there. Kind of want to see it push through. Maybe test the VWAP, push back up, hold the trend line, and then turn that trend line into some resistance there, and then move lower. Right now it's looking like it might turn it into some support. So we do got a setup here on the Renko strategy. I'm going to participate over here on this. If it offers it, that's what we're going to do. Oh, did it take it off? Well, yeah, it took it off, but that's okay. We're background is green anyway. Wait, what's going on here? I guess I have to have that on. Yeah, there we go. That's it. All right, I got it. So we got an order on the book here to get short at 26.50. But if this next candle prints green, we're going to take it off. All right, there it is. So we'll take it off. So push back up into that gap there, kind of holding it for now. See if this thing starts this sell back down that we were kind of expecting. I was thinking that it would trade through the trend line first, but it's not done that. Dog's barking at something. So we got a little push down towards the trend line once again. Still holding it. Still got a bullish look to it. Got some volume punching in here. Got some bullish volume pumping in here. Still below the dead man there, though. So I just kind of want to see this thing. I mean, that's what we want to see happen, but it's, you know, maybe not what happens, but we would love for this thing to break through this trend line. So it's kind of a choppy B leg looking here on the 10-second chart. If we get some sellers come in here, this thing really could get going. But we are in a time of day where it kind of gets a little, you don't really get the moves per se. So it might be best to just avoid any entries. I'd love to take the short here for the break of this trend line. Kind of if we break below 25, really would like to take a short, but I would like to, but I don't know that I'm going to. So kind of pushing through there. Got a little retest here. Let's see what happens. Do I take it over here? Could take it on this account. Oh, I want to take the short here. I really do. All right, watching here. All right, I'm going to take the short here, guys. This is a little bit of an aggressive entry. See if we can just get this move down into the VWAP there. I'm going to go ahead and move the break even here. So can't lose. Can't lose on it. Let's see if this thing goes. I want it to go now if it's going to go. We want it to go now. And we're going to trail it. Move our possible profit down a little further. So locking in 6 handles there at least. We'll move it down a little more here as it goes. We'll trail it. I might get stopped. That's okay. That's fine. So took it there on the, and then there we go. I mean, that was a really easy read. I don't know why I was a little nervous about it. Just was. We're using that account there. So up 915 on that account. I did reduce size there. I only used 1 contract instead of 2. I really wanted to use 2, but not 100% trusting it. So and as you can see, we want to see a run on the low a day here if we can get it. So if we get down to, let's see, if we get down to, that would be 60 handles or below, would be 66. So let's mark that out. Get down to 66. 50. So if we get to 66.50, we will then lock in $86.50. If, right? So that's how we're going to manage it. So push below the VWAP there. Kind of want to see this thing retest it, which it's doing now. We want to see it hold, stay below the VWAP here, and continue lower. Of course, on the 5-minute chart, we are kind of holding a low to low here, sort of. So if the sellers come in here, start pushing this thing back down, that would kind of be your ideal setup there. I want to see a deeper B to C leg there, really, but didn't quite get it. Did not quite get it. So if you are just now joining us, this over here on the left side, that is our 5-minute gap strategy that we're using. It's a mechanical strategy that we're using. So it's a 2 to 1 risk to reward. Once we lock in 1.75 risk to reward, we would move our stop. Well, 1.75 would be down here. We would move our stop at that point down to the lock in the 1 to 1. So I really like to see it trade down into that 66 area if possible, so we could have a risk-free trade at that point. Do have a pivot point there at the 77s to just be aware of. I think if we can clear the 90s here, this can get going pretty quickly. If we get through that 90, we can get going quickly there. And you can see that trade that I put on earlier that I had on all my accounts copied and everything, like over here. I marked this out. This worked out perfectly. Now, obviously, we took some heat on it, right, if we were in it. But, I mean, that's a beautiful, beautiful trade right there. You short from the 15.030, and this thing's down 30 handles from there already. So, first target, obviously, right there at the 85s would kind of be your target down, and your second target's the low a day. I told you guys I was going to put some money in an account. I transferred $4,000 into an account. Should be available tomorrow. And we're going to start trading the 5-minute opening range, or the 5-minute gap strategy on the cash account. But only with micros. We're going to use, I think I figured it up. I think I can use 2 micros relatively safely. We'd have to lose, I think, 10 trades in a row in order for it to kind of eat up all the funds. But as long as we stay with the same kind of win percentage that we've been having, it won't be huge winners per week, but you know, like $300-400, something like that. It's kind of bouncing off the whole number here. Tested the 98, 92, 93 area. ES almost back to the VWAP now. So want to get that ES below the VWAP. Probably going to need to have the ES test that 10 area to give us what we need. This is where it kind of gets difficult for me because, like, I don't really love this this look. You know, still kind of putting in, you know, you got, took the low, took the high, put in a low, higher low, lower high, higher low. So I don't really love the way that looks, but there come the buyers like crazy, pushing back up in here. So this is on the Topstep account, so it's not we're not worried about the drawdown. Not worried about any kind of drawdown or anything like that. ES still holding above the VWAP there. So we held the hold number there, held that 15,000 area, it's pushing back up. Got that down close candle there on the 1 minute. Seems to be respecting it so far. Maybe the ES is just putting in an order block here and going to finally get moving down. Who really knows? We'll see what happens. If you guys haven't already, goodness, excuse me. If you haven't already, hit that like button. If you're new here and you're not yet subscribed, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button. We're trying to get the channel up into the 1,000 subscriber range, and currently at 348, which is where we started the day. So no one has pressed the button yet today. For everyone that's watching that has, we appreciate you. We are trading the London session once again, so you will see me live for the London session most of the week. I misspoke earlier and said I would be trading both sessions all week. I probably am going to be taking a vacation later in this week, but I won't. I'll either be live for the London or the New York, or both. I'll at least do one, even while I'm on vacation. It may not be like a super long stream, but maybe an hour, hour and a half. We'll bring the mobile trading station with us and make it happen. Make it happen. I mean, this, you know, as much as I hate to say it, this looks longish, right? You get a little breakout here. Get a little breakout above the 21s on some volume. Then we will participate just on this account here. This is kind of what you look for in a long. You look a little push up, a little consolidation. Now, I don't mind a sell off. It's fine. If we lose the VWAP here at the 10s, then you kind of lose that idea. But the explosion line is below the dead man as well, so that does tell us that the momentum's not, you know, not great momentum to the upside there. ES pulling back. Nasdaq testing the VWAP here. See if we can get below there and start selling. So let's see if we can lose the VWAP here. I mean, I'm thinking in terms of I'd like for it to sell because obviously I'm short over here, but at the same time, it does what it does, right? If it moves up, it moves up. We take what it gives us. All right, moving below the VWAP here. If we get through the 90s, we get through that 90 level there, I think this is a pretty swift move down. Let's see what happens. Are we going to hold? Or are we going to sell? Let's sell. Sell's fine with me. Fine by me. Sell volume pushing in here on the WADA, trying to get back above the dead man there. I wonder if my anxiety level will change at all with the cash account. I don't think it will. I mean, 'cause we're not risking that much per trade. You got to think even with you're risking really like a couple $100 per trade. And I've traded cash account before. That's what I started trading. So all right, testing the 15,000s here. We need to lose this area. Let's get through the 90s. Just push me down into the 65s. Take us through the lower day swiftly. Will be nice. Swiftly through the lower day there. What happened over here? I don't know. All right, testing the 90 here. There we go. There we go. We like it. We like it. All right, let's go. Get me on down there. Volume coming in nicely here. They're coming to the pivot. Let's get through that pivot strong. We can move our stop. So the pivot right there at the 77s, as you guys can see. It's kind of hitting that pivot there and bouncing back up. So I am going to move my stop here just to the top of this order block, because if we break back above this order block, then this is most certainly probably going to stop us out. So I think it's okay to move it below the order block there, or right above the order block. So we can't lose on this trade. We'll make very little, excuse me, if it pushes up, but we can't lose. And if it trades in, so our next move of the stop will be if we break this line here, the 66.50. If it touches the 66.50, then we will move the stop to 86.50. So that would kind of be the idea. Little setup here on the Ricoh chart, but we're not taking that because we are at the pivot. But we want to see a swift move into the 60s here. Obviously, I think the low a day is that next draw on liquidity that looks pretty, we don't want to say it's pretty clear, but should be where it wants to go to. Whether or not it makes it the entire way there, that's the question. So you like to see this thing just sell on down here. You had all that sell volume coming in. We're holding up the pivot, which we know is going to give us a little bit of resistance, but really want to see this thing just move on down. Let's move on down here, give us what we need. Don't put us through anything. Let's just go. So let's kind of see here. We're at 10:52 a.m. So getting a little resistance here at the pivot for now. Like I said, normally I wouldn't move my stop, right? Until we get to the 1.75 to 1. But I think sometimes it's okay to move it. John, I don't trade ICT concepts. I mean, I use some of those in my trading. I'm not 100% like using only that. But yeah, I use order block entries, fair value gaps. I mean, this strategy that right here that we're using is a mechanical strategy. I'm not using any draw on liquidity. We are using only a bullish or a bearish gap after 10 a.m. on the 5-minute chart, and we're using a strict 2-to-1 risk to reward. If we were using a draw on liquidity, This is still the direction we would go, right? If you're using ICT concepts. So it still makes sense. I did outline the silver bullet. I use the silver bullet trade a lot. I try to use that. But I outlined that this morning. We ran the lows, ran the highs, shift in structure, left a gap, and then we traded back up into the gap. I did get short, but I took very short profit. I didn't trust it. So it just so happened that the 5-minute strategy lined up today with the silver bullet. You can see right there. So there's the gap on the 3-minute chart. If we don't hold this order block here, then I'm not interested in the trade anymore. So that's kind of why I moved the stop there. So if it pushes through this order block, then we most certainly are probably going to get stopped anyway. So, am I profitable? Well, no, not yet. Profitable. I mean, what do you mean? Have I taken payouts? Yeah, I've taken some payouts. But profitable in my opinion, no. It has nothing to do with my strategy, though. I think more or less it has to do with mental, right? It's a mental thing. It's all mental. So what happens is, just like what happened this morning on that silver bullet setup. I took the trade. I entered it. I took it off at 5 points. And so what were we short from? We were short from the 30. I took it off for 5 points, and now we've traded down to the 79. So I took it off for 5, and I should have had a 50-point winner. That's just kind of what I do. And then later on, I take another trade, and then that trade goes against me, so on and so forth. It's a battle. I can stop trading. Yeah, that is difficult to stop trading, but like what I normally will do, I have no problem putting away an account and just leaving it. But I do sometimes will take trades. I'll be like, I think trades instead of just being like a proper setup, right? I think it's going to do this, or I think it's going to do that type thing. So we are kind of testing this little breakout line here. Really want to see this thing kind of hold below this. I mean, it's not an important level, right? But you want to see it kind of hold below that. ES is retesting the VWAP. It pushed through the VWAP down to the 16 and now is retesting it. So you really want to see it hold below the VWAP if we're going to continue to sell. If it pushes above the VWAP, we most certainly push above the VWAP, and then this thing's probably off to the races to the upside. Holds below the VWAP, retest that 15, we might can lock in a 1-to-1 here. We're going to need the ES to test the 10 area, I think, to give us the lows of the day on the Nasdaq. So let's see what happens. Yeah, trading is a definite struggle, John. I mean, like, I think if I just traded the first hour and a half of the day and then I just walked away, I'd make a lot more money than I do. I'd be a lot more profitable. But when you sit here all day and then you're like, I'll take this entry. That's not a perfect entry. So, yeah, we do got that gap to the upside. I do got that marked out up there. So we got it marked out. Could run to that. You never know. I thought this morning we may get a run to that if we got through the highs. We got through the highs and just did not run towards it. Then we started to sell. All right, so over here on the Rinko strategy off stream, there is another little setup here. I'm going to put the order on the book. I'm going to say I love it, but well, I didn't get the order on there in time. Actually, never mind. That was at the whole number. That was at the whole number, so I wasn't supposed to take that. Every day you took the first trade positive with the strategy, but later you're bored and trade nonsense. Yeah, yeah, that's what I do too, John. I try not to let myself get too bored, but yeah, I do that. So the ES pushing above the VWAP here. That's why I moved my stop above this order block, because if we don't hold here, if we don't hold this order block, then this most certainly is going to be a loser. Now, obviously, mechanical strategy is not really supposed to have any discretion involved in it, but when I see something that doesn't make sense, I'm gonna take it, right? I'm gonna use that for, to protect equity, if you will. So if we don't hold the VWAP and the order block there, then if it stops us, it just stops us, and if it runs to the profit after that, then we'll take the slap on the hand later in the week. But I personally don't believe that's the case. I think if it gets back above the VWAP and it breaks the order block, then kind of invalidates it there. So far holding below there. I'd like us to move through the 66s. That way we can move the stop, and this will just be a risk-free trade. It's already risk-free because we can't lose. And this is a Topstep account, so we're not worried about the drawdown. We're not worried about being $800 in profit and then taking a break-even trade. That is the thing I like about taking these trades on Topstep as opposed to an intraday drawdown account. So ES losing the VWAP once again, back down to the 20 here. I think we might get a swift move back to the downside here. Should be pretty quick down into those 60s, I would imagine. If we lose the 90 once again. See the sellers coming in here. Almost want to participate short here on this other account. Watching the WADA here. All right, I'm going to take a short here. Oh, I do have 2 contracts. I meant to only take 1. All right, can't lose. And then immediately stopped out. I moved the stop too quickly there. I didn't want to be in it with 2 contracts. I just wanted 1. Of course, sellers disappearing now. Hold on. Let's see. We may jump back in. We might jump back in. Let's see. Ooh, we got all kinds of lines. All kinds of lines. Oh, now it's breaking out a little bit here. Don't love that. ES back above the VWAP 21 area. See if it rejects. I am in that time of day where I don't like to take a trade. Of course, we did just cross the top of the hour there. So let's see if the sellers pop back through here. It's not sellers, but we are below the dead man now. Below the dead man. Trying to watch the WADA here, see if we can get any sellers coming in here to kind of push us on down. Like I said, I was kind of wanting to I did take the short there, but glad I got out of it, but kind of thinking that this thing does sell. I mean, it looks that way to me. We lose that 90 with some volume. All right, we're going to take it here with 1 contract this time. Reduce size. Watch the WADA. Alright, volume. What in the heck is that? You guys see that? That lightsaber? I mean, that was interesting. Do I just kill it there? Give it a second. That was interesting. Come on. Less sale. We're going to reduce this risk down here a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's put it up here at the 500s. Just going to leave it there. If we get stopped there, that's okay. And I want to take profit before the pivot. It's kind of chopping around here. I probably should not have entered this position. I think it maybe sells, but I don't know. Do we want to stay in it? Water looks not great now. Alright, we're just going to get stopped here. Maybe. Alright, stopped out there. So got punished. I mean, I probably could have taken that one off there when I saw that kind of lightsaber come in and then it pushed us back right back up. But you got to see what we got going on there, guys. We're kind of idiot boxing. So I tried to take a short kind of there at the idiot box, the midsection of it. Probably could have put my stop a little higher on that, give it a little bit more room. But that's all right. We're still up $735 over here, so not too upset with it. Kind of got a little idiot box going on here. Could have taken it off there in profit or even break even, but we're just kind of going sideways here. Probably shouldn't have participated since we technically are already in a short. Anyway, we're already in one. Once again, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Feel free to chat down below. Keep us entertained. Keep us entertained. So right back to our entry there. If I'd have put the stop kind of where it really needed to be, top of the idiot box, we'd have been okay. But to be fair, that entry wasn't valid anyway because we were below the dead man on the explosion line there. And when we're below the dead man, we're not supposed to take entries. Not supposed to take entries. All right, there comes the sellers. See if we get through the pivot this time. I want to get through that pivot strong here. I don't want to hold up there. We already tested the pivot once here. Let's get through there strong. Give me the mid-60s there so we can lock in a little more profit. So we had the right idea. This is one of those situations where you can be right and wrong at the same time, right? Stop wasn't really where it needed to be. Got stopped out. Right idea, wrong time, I guess. All right, pushing through the pivot there. Let's see if we can test these 60s. Let's get into the 60s here, and we can lock in a 1-to-1 there. It's already a risk-free trade to stop, set, break even. So can't really lose there. Can't really lose there. We're pushing through the pivot, testing it there, bottom of the idiot box as well. Need more sellers to come in here, push this thing on through. So we kind of tested that 76 area there. ES right back to the VWAP. So we get the ES through the VWAP here, then we can kind of get going. I almost want to go ahead and lock in that 1-to-1, but You know what? Actually, I am not going to log into one-to-one, but we are going to move. We kind of just move the stop to right there. I think it would be safe. So we're about 10 points away from being able to lock in the one-to-one, really, if we're following the rules. Not really supposed to move the stop yet. If this push through the pivot here, I'm debating whether to leave the stop here or to move it back to where it was. It's kind of the struggle I'm having with myself right now. I want to see this get this pushed into the 60s, and then we can go ahead and lock in the one-to-one. All right, here we go. We should get this pushed through here. All right, we're locking in the one-to-one now, and we're going to leave it. Should hold below the pivot this time, if we're going to really hold below the pivot and sell. So I feel okay about putting it right there. There we are, down into the 60s. Sellers popping through here. So we're locking in $800 there. Can't lose. So now the question is, do we get the low a day or do we get stopped out? I locked it in 66.50 really is where it should be locked in. We're at 68, so I think we'll get through it. There's 66.50, so supposed to lock it in there anyway. Now, if we get to, what would it be? 56.50 would be the next one. So at 56.50, then we would move it down to 66.50. So let's see what happens. So starting the week off with a winner there on the 5-minute gap strategy. Can't lose. Can't lose. Want to hold below the pivot here. We're testing the pivot now. Come on. Don't stop me out. Trading right back up into the idiot box. Yeah, stopped out there on the 5-minute gap strategy. We'll keep up with it. We'll follow if we would have, if it would have made more sense not to move the stop at all. In my back testing, I was not moving the stop, right? But we are in this testing. So let's check it out, see what the equity is now. We're at 154,312 on this account. We were up $3,500 on it last week. Took every trade as we should have, and didn't follow the. I'm not going to say we followed it completely because we did move the stop a few times. Can you guys even see that? I think you can. I believe. Yeah, you can see that. All right. So we can now put this account away. So we're up $795 on that one after the commission. Back up into the 90s here. Buyers coming back in strong. Strong like bull. I did miss an entry over here as well, I guess. Oh, actually I didn't. No, I didn't miss one. But we are coming into that time of day, 11:15, where we typically get a move, and it's usually in the opposite direction. So that might be kind of what happens here. So our target on that strategy, let's go ahead and we're going to mark out our target, was going to be 46.50. So let's see if we would have hit the target. I mean, obviously moving the stop, we did move it a little early, but then it hit the area we needed it to hit to actually move it. Barely. And then popped. So we'll see what happens with it. Switch back over to the 3-minute chart. Retesting that 90 level there. ES back above the VWAP already. Nasdaq still basing below it. You know, looking at the 3-minute chart on the ES though, this is an area where you would want to see it kind of hold and turn around. You got a little I mean, I don't know. If it gets through here, then, you know, you can see. You got an order block right there. So you expect that, if it's going to respect it, to turn back down here. Kind of what we're looking at. We'll move the WADA over here. Trying to decide whether we, yeah, we'll just move, we'll actually leave the WADA over here. We'll move that Nenzarenko over here. Because Nenzarenko, at least you'll see entries on it. We will, I'm testing this today without moving the stop. I have it set up to move on its own. So you can see this would not have been an entry because we're trading into the 90. All right, let's see here. So pushing back up into the 90s here. ES pushing up into the 30s, 26. It's got to kind of turn around right here. Got to kind of turn around here. So ES did kind of hit a brick wall there. It's turning around, pulling back into the 24s. So this again, this would not, so if you guys are unfamiliar with the Nenzarenko strategy, so this is a 20 by 5 Renko bar. And what we're looking for is we're looking for the trend to be up or down. So you can see here, these blue lines on the outside is what I'm using for the trend. And we're looking for a pullback bar. So this purple bar is a pullback bar. And then, so if we have the trend up, we want to see a pullback bar with at least 10 candles in. So you can see we got the candle, or the brick counter here. Want to see a pullback bar with one red bar next to it, in this case, print, and we would put our entry at the top of the purple, the body of the purple bar. 5 handles on the first, 10 handles on the second. Now we didn't take this entry because we're trading into the 90. So we don't take the entry if we're trading into the whole number, or if we are trading into a pivot, the VWAP, support, resistance, high, the low, so on and so forth. If we're trading into those areas, we do not take the entry. So as you can see, we're kind of pushing above this 15K number here. Let's check this here. So we're pushing back up into that order block where we kind of had, we were looking for us to stay below. The ES, the order block is getting disrespected. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that we're going to push here. I think we see the high of day, so I think moving the stop on that 5-minute strategy is probably the correct play. So trying to bust out of this idiot box here, you guys can see. I guess you can't really see. I don't know what my dog's barking at. No idea. He loves to bark, as most dogs do. So if we can push above kind of the 15,010 area and then kind of get the pullback, then we might participate long over here. Haven't taken any more trades on the copy trader today, so we are kind of trading, you know, the 5-minute. So the 5-minute gap strategy, 795. The 15-minute breakout technically should have been a loser, but we took 760 out of it. I really didn't get in there when I was supposed to. And then this account, 760, 735. The rest of them are right at $95 or $50. We only need like $1,000 more to get this account funded. I mean, the ES still holding. I mean, it's got a body of the candles closed above the 50% mark on that order block. So I don't, to me, that kind of invalidates it, even though it's still holding below it right now. But still could turn back down, though. The Nasdaq is still, you know, kind of holding up there where it's at the VWAP. VWAP at the 08 area. That's kind of the midpoint of the order block, slightly higher than that. So we'll kind of see what happens here. Volume very low on the WADA. That's why I'm not even interested in taking a trade just yet. I'm gonna have to get me the proper setup here in order to do it, to take a trade. Really need to push into the 10-12 area, get above the VWAP. If we're looking to take a long, get above the VWAP there. Turn the VWAP into some support. And then you can participate long. I mean, this is looking more and more, obviously, like we might take the highs. Obviously, we were looking for the lows. Didn't get them, but at least it got us low enough to where we could lock in some profit there. So Mancini says, this week was all about the back test of 43.10 as posted. We got it this morning. You provided 2 targets for the first leg, 22. They hit it. 36, hit it. Any extra today is bonus. Ideally, bulls want to keep hold of 43.22, 43.10 at the lowest, which keeps 48 and 36 in play for the next leg up. So I was hoping to see 43.10. I thought we'd need that in order to kind of push, in order to push down to what we needed. Did not get it. So there you go. But at least we locked in some profits on that short. If you guys are new here, we do stream 5 days a week live, New York, and we're starting back on the London session. Did the London session this morning. All right, so we're starting to get a little pullback bar here. We are above the 15,000. We are above the VWAP as well. So if this pullback bar prints with one red one next to it, then we will take it. Let's just see what we get here.
I got stop on that other one.
I couldn't tell if the, I was trying to listen to the Discord. I couldn't tell if it was coming through my headphones or my speakers. Could not tell. So this pullback bar is not printed yet. So that's kind of the strategy. We want the pullback bar to print. Pullback bar to print, then we could look for that red one to print next to it, and then we could participate long. Put our entry at the top of the body of the pullback bar. Not getting it so far. So ES is pushing above the VWAP there. So guys, most certainly we would get stopped out here. At least where our stop was there. We put it above the order block at the 24. Probably would have got stopped out for break even there. So we kind of pushed out of this idiot box here. So we can kind of close this idiot box out. Close out the old idiot box there. Let's see.
Cars over here, Dylan. Fucking G-Wagons. Just.
Ah, so it is coming through my speakers. That's so odd. Why is it coming through my speakers?
For country, and you'll see someone in like a sick ass.
I don't know why that's coming through my speakers. Because I need to. Man. We'll just mute it for now. Figure it out on lunch. Pretty sure I just got to go in there and change it. Let's see. Just trying to pay attention here though, because I don't want to miss an entry. All right, let's see. That's why. That should do it. Now let's try it. There it is, there it is. Okay, okay, let's see. 24. I might be in this a little late. I did kind of look away there. Just going to watch the WADA here. If the volume goes away, then we're going to kill it. Come on. Let's push. Let's go. It's taking it off there, break even. I got in a little, well, now it's starting to go. You dirty dog. I got in a little late on that one anyway. Got in just a little late there. Really wasn't looking. Should have been. Really should have been long back here. The 16s. So there you goes, guys. We would have been stopped out there on that 5-minute strategy for sure. At least it did not hold the. Yeah, I should have been in there at the 15s. I don't know, for whatever reason I didn't get in there. I wasn't looking. Missed that entry, but that's all right. Move on to the next one. On to the next. Wada was looking pretty good there for a push up. So pushing back up into the gap there from this morning, that 5-minute gap range, right back up into that area. Stop on that would have been at the 67, just above the high of day, I believe. Yeah. So get a little pullback here. If we do get the volume to come back in here, we can take the long. We got the dead man, the explosion line above the dead man, just barely. Get above the explosion line here, I can take the long. I don't know if I love it at this point, but it's going, so. Oh, goodness. Never really got a proper pullback there. Nah. Wada saying to close it. Wada says to close it, so we close it. Should have really taken it. That's the thing. Like, I was trying to wait on the Wada, wait on the Wada to tell me to take it. Kind of got into that way too late. I mean, I really should have been. I did take it down here. The 15's where I should have been long at. This is what I was talking about earlier, John. So I see this trade. I should have taken it down here. I got in late, got out early, missed the profits, jump in higher, and then give back, you know, whatever it is, a few $100s in profit. Doesn't mean it can't still go higher. I just do not wait for the pullback first. So this will be the setup for this here. So what you wanted to see is a pullback bar with one red bar at least print. Then you want the background to really stay green here for it to take us. So we also do kind of got, you know, that area of liquidity up there. May not be much liquidity there, but that might be the next kind of go at it. Just kind of testing that little trend line there. See if it holds and goes. No buyers yet. All right, I'm going to try a long here. Got a little divergence over here on the WADA, so trying to just do a little divergence play here. Let's try to get this push into the 43s if we can. And we'll trail this up pretty close. Oh, goodness. Well, I tried to trail it. Break even. Was expecting it to go and long on the Nenzarenko strategy over here as well. So you guys can see that. Maybe it goes, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Got the stop where it's supposed to be. Got the other stuff there where it's supposed to be. So if we hit 5 handles, this will go to break even. Plus 2 ticks. Just watching the WADA there, we had a little divergent play. That's why I took that long. Seller's pushing in here now. But the divergence not really playing out, I guess, up here at the highs. Obviously, we'd like to see a push on up into the high of day if we're going to get it. If it's going to go. ES up to the 36, which was kind of the first target on that this morning. Pushing now. Can at least give us the 5 handles there. Alright, let's see if this thing can push through here. Alright, now we're at break even, so we hit the 5 handles there. Come on. I think we're going to get stopped out here. Alright. So we've taken 4 trades on this Nenzarenko today. Or 5 trades, I'm sorry. 4 winners, 1 loser. They've all been 5-handle winners. And so we got 5 5-handle winners just on 1 contract because the second one stopped at break even. And then 1 5-handle loser on 2 contracts. So technically we're up 10 points. $200. Well, after fees, I guess it's $160. But at least we are green on it, I guess. So we are green everywhere. Just can't complain too much, right? No complaints. We're green. We're green, green, green. $595 over here, $760 on the other one. Around $100 on another 10 accounts, and then $50 on 3, and $795 on another. So decent day so far. Can't be too mad about it, right? Not too mad about it. I feel like I should be green more. There's the 43. It's kind of, yeah, your next area of liquidity there at the 43s. Lifestyle, how can I get that Renko chart? You can get it on, so what is that website? TradeDevil.com. You can get these Renko bars off there as an indicator, download it into your Ninja script, and be able to use them. 20/5. That's the size bar that I'm using. So I'm pretty sure if you go to TradeDevils.com, they should have it on there as a free indicator. Is that the name? Let me make sure I'm telling you the right name. Let's make sure. Yeah, TradeDevil.com. That's where I got it from. No, wait, that's not it. Hold on one second. Let me give you let me make sure I get it right here. Let me look it up in my email. Yeah, it's Trade Devils with an S. So not Trade Devil. Trade Devils with an S. Yeah, Trade Devils. Woo. So that website there. It should just be a free indicator. If you just click on trading indicators, there should be a free indicator in there. Should be. Done. No, I took that entry. I was saying that. No problem at all. No problem. So starting to print another purple bar here. This is not the high of day. So I guess we'll take it if it offers. Let's trade it all the way back up into that gap there at the 1 minute chart. So you kind of got a little gap there on the 1 minute chart. Don't know if I mean, that is the most extreme gap. This thing trades back down and takes the lows. Woo! So kind of getting a little push here. I didn't take this. This technically is a long entry right here. Let's take it. All right. Technically, that's a long entry there. I just got it in just in time. This is the thing where when you're trading three different strategies, right? Like this over here kind of looks like a short, but this is telling me long over here, so gonna take this Rinko strategy here since this is what we're playing with today, right now, and we'll see which one what happens, which one wins. So far, it looks like the short might be playing out there, huh? But technically, this is an entry. We're not at the highs. We're not at the lows. We're not at the pivot. We're not at a whole number. The setup is there, so we take it. I may not love it because the momentum to the upside is slowing, but we'll take it and see what happens. Kind of doing a little idiot box here. We barely need a push up. I mean, we just need to push back into the high to get that. That's all we need. Anakin just did a 21K trade. Nice. How many contracts do you use on that, Anakin? If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Once again, if you're watching and you're not yet subscribed, please do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. Might get stopped out over here on the Rinkos. Stopped out there. Stopped out there. Stopped out there. 25 contracts. Wow. Nice. Nice job. So it's kind of got wicked in on that long there. You can see that wick up right there. Got us. It's kind of watching the WADA here. to participate here, but let's see here. We may give some back here. I'm going to move the stop to where it's supposed to be. Oh, man. Now the buyers come in. All right, let's see here. Where's this supposed to be at? Really should have taken this entry up here at the 40s. So I'm like 10 handles below where I'm supposed to be, but huh. I don't know if I should just kill this. It's a horrible entry. Should have taken it up here and I didn't. I don't know. No. See if the WADA, if we get the sellers to come in here or not. See some life on the sellers here. It's kind of giving me a chance to get out here, break even. I probably should just take it. Probably should just take it off break even, maybe. Let's see. I see any green on the WADA. I'm going to take it off. What is going on? Come on, sellers. Not happy with this trade. Yeah, I got a new camera, Dylan. Can you tell? There we go. There's the lightsaber. The lightsaber took us home. Yeah, I got a new camera, Dylan. Lightsaber just came in there. It's always when those come in and you're in the right direction, then you like the lightsabers. So. Oh. I don't know if Dylan can hear me, so. All right, so that worked out for us there. Like I said, the entry was trash, really garbage there. I should have been short there at the 44s, 43, whatever it is there. So we're 10 handles below where we should have been, but we'll take it. Not going to complain, not going to complain. So got us back basically where we were earlier, 995 on the day on that one. I don't even know if we were up that much on that one. So we're about $750 on that one. So there we go. There we go. So no setup over here on the Rincos. So Yeah, Dylan, I got a new camera. That's all I said. So kind of pushing back up towards that gap area, kind of putting in a little idiot box here. We broke out of it there for a moment to the downside, but see the trend over here on the Rincos is kind of pointing down. So see if this thing can hold this area and continue to sell down. So the dead man, or the explosion line, is above the dead man now with some bullish volume here. Is this thing going to go? This thing might go. This thing pushes the 50s here. I think 55 is kind of the line in the sand. I think 55 is kind of your line in the sand. If we breach that 55, we probably see 70. But this thing trades back up into the 45s there. Sometimes it does offer you a couple entries there. I don't know. I don't know if I would love it at that point, but kind of glad I got taken out there with that lightsaber to the downside. The lightsaber got me. We'll take it. Got me in a good way there. So as far as the 5-minute entry goes, we would still be short if we did not move the stop. And we would be taking some heat right now. You guys haven't already hit that like button for me, hit that subscribe button if you're not yet subscribed. Let's check it. Have we got any subscribers this morning? We've not gained any, guys. No subscribers. Still at 348. Well, just kind of hanging out here. Not much to do yet. No, we're in that time of day where I don't particularly love a lot of the entries, but I didn't eat any breakfast this morning, so we definitely will be taking a lunch here in a few minutes. Go get some lunch. I do have, got to pick my kids up today. No, wait. Well, I do have to pick them up, but they don't have school today. I was like, wait a second, I got to get them from school. No, wait, no, I don't. I don't have to get them from school today. No school. They got fall break. So we're down 270 right now in the Ninjarenko strategy after taking that loss a second ago. We'll keep taking them, plugging away at them as we can, and see if we can't get it back to green. So ES pushed up into that 36 level once again, and then pulled back down to the 29. Kind of turned that order block from earlier into a little support. Bounced off that area, back up to the 34s. ES. Just kind of waiting here. See what happens. I mean, we are kind of consolidating here. you're going to get some sort of move here in a moment. You can see like that's how small these 1 minute candles are getting here. Just pushed up here. It's got some consolidation. Smaller candles, smaller, smaller, smaller. Probably going to get a break. Going to get some sort of breakout or breakdown here. Just watching here. This looks looking kind of roundy, but that explosion line's way below the dead men here, so this can be flipped in either direction. I wanted to kind of wanted to take a short there, but I don't know. I like the look of the short. I like the look of the short, but I don't know. Yeah, I wanted to take the short, but I don't know. I mean, this would put me in the same situation as I was a few minutes ago if I took the short here. Should have took it like 8 points ago if you're going to do it, but just kind of chopping around here. Not much to do. All right, there we go. There comes some volume. Still below the dead man here. See if this thing holds the gap here or not. ES pushing back up into the 35s. Traded right back up into the gap and just rejected. I mean, so tempting to short here, but it's just going to be, it's like one of those I think trades, and I don't do well at those. Pushed right back up into that gap. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to go ahead and take a lunch, guys. I'm going to leave the stream up. But I'm going to take a lunch. I'm going to move the WADA over because the WADA moves with price. Just throw the WADA. What the heck? Really? All right. A little bit of a buy volume coming in there. Look at there. Oh, here we go. Let's get in the push up here. Let's kind of see this. This would be a good area to grab that short if you were going to, but I don't think I'm going to. I'm thinking this thing's going to sell. All right, I'm going to take it here with the one contract. So we got reduced size, and we're not even going to watch it. Let's see. Come on. Wanted to go take lunch, and I was just going to leave this, but this thing looks too bullish. Hmm. So watching the water, I don't like the look of the water here. All right, we gave a little bit back there, 150 bucks. A little bit back there. That was a shallow ABC to the upside. You can see that now. ABC right there. ABC right there. We fumbled it. Could turn back down, but too late to take the long now. You might get the 60. A little lightsaber back down there. So I was kind of waiting on right there a moment ago. Didn't get it. All right, see if we get this push into the 60s here. So at least get back what we gave up there. Can't lose. So can't lose on it here. Trail it up a little bit here. $60. Come on. Don't you come back. Got us. That's all right. All right, guys. I'm going to go take a lunch. Going to go take a lunch there. Leave the WADA and stuff up so you guys can watch it. I'll be back. Probably be maybe like an hour. I don't think it'll be that long, but we'll be back. Oh, let's see. Oh, there we go.
basically that orange box, it's got a tail broke through the gray box and then came back, retested, and shit the bed. Now it's got to break through, it's got to break to the upside of an orange box of a bearish breaker, come down and retest 50%, and then go up. So originally that was a breaker in reality is breaking through a bullish or bearish order block. When I was studying this shit, I figured out a way. Like, I studied it, I was like, fuck, look at this. Whenever the candle's body breaks the fucking levels, the shit just goes right into it. So typically, when people say breaker, bullish, or bearish breaker, it means that they're coming, it breaks through a order block. So when I'm like showing you, what I'm showing you is a little bit different than that, because it's just your power or the trend. This is almost like a reversal type thing.
You're getting back into this breaker right now.
It should go until it should close it out.
Oh, close the whole thing?
Because if you look at that black candle,
Yeah.
they're everywhere. See if it goes only through. We're gonna look. There's a little couple of more here. Let's see. So now it's like bearish order block is going up for. Oh, it broke through. It broke fucking through for him. Sometimes. That motherfucker. Wow. Stop, dude, you fucking stayed in there. That's horrible. So look, so that broke through it now. See if it comes back with test and go up.
What would be the retest for you?
The bottom, the bottom, would be 58.50.
You get the whole chicken. That's what I was telling you. Every person gets the whole chicken. Yeah.
58.25.
Oh yeah, the corn was good. I do remember that. Chipotle. Well, that's not bad. Not as bad as I thought it would be. Well, we can go realized you guys could hear me already. I guess I accidentally unmuted the mic. Maybe I wasn't sounding too crazy there. Oh. I don't know if I said anything. Did I say anything? I don't know. I was just eating though. We know that much. We were over here glutting it up. Went and got some Chipotle. Took a long there. I don't know if you guys saw that. Did not hold it like we should have. I mean, you can see there on the WADA. Never really said to close it, but we did anyway. We closed it for a few points. Mouth is on fire over here. It's on fire. All right. Alrighty. Woo. That was a little spicy. Let's adjust this thing a little bit. I wasn't even looking. All right. Chris Johnson, I don't think you ever muted it. Oh, really? You heard me singing? I wasn't. I was not singing, Chris. Come on now. You didn't hear me singing. Now, I did have the guys playing in my headphones, so you might have heard them. You heard me singing. Was I singing? I don't think I was singing. Maybe I was. I don't remember. I do sing. I ain't gonna lie, Chris. I sing. Not typically at home, but in the car, yeah, we'll sing all day. So we do have a Nizarenko set up over here for a long. We took it. Currently long 15072. I don't know. I know I muted it, but this is a new mic, so it may have. Who knows? Maybe I unmuted it. Let's see what Mancini has said since we left. So we are currently long on the Renko strategy. I actually missed an entry there. This one might not work. We'll see. He said this week's all about the back test. We said that already. All right, same things from earlier. Nothing new. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. If you're not yet subscribed, please subscribe. We've gained no subscribers today. None. 0. Nice. Oh, these guys. They kill me sometimes. All right, getting some little buyers come through here on the WADA. We are long still, 72.50 or something like that. First target 77.75, second target 82.75. Starting to go. I do think I am going to change the stop here. All right, so we hit the first one, and it moves that second one to break even when it hits that first one. I think I'm going to move that. I think I'm going to change that to where it just moves it to -5. Because I would rather get stopped out break even or on the entire trade than to get stopped out for just $100. Because a lot of times it's stopping me out and then going to the target anyway. So I just moved it back to 67.75. So we're risking, so it's a risk-free trade basically. So once you get to 5 handles, it becomes a risk-free trade, kind of. Might get stopped out here. Pulling back now. All right, so it's just stopped us out there for break even. Like I said, I could have taken it. I mean, I don't know. I'm tinkering with this strategy with the stops and stuff today to see what makes the most sense there. Not getting a whole lot of follow through today. Maybe I change the stop. I'm going to try this way for right now. We're going to change the stop to 5 handles. I think we're going to change the stop to 5 handles and just make it a 1-to-1 risk to reward. Pushing here. As you can see, the explosion line's below the dead man, so it's going to keep us out of this. Sellers popping in there. All right, here we go. Pushing, pushing, pushing. So just waiting here for a nice entry. Just waiting. All right. Now the explosion line is close to the dead man. Oh man, it's just trying to tease me. It's trying to bait me to take that trade. We got triple X18 in here. Who's this? I don't know how to remove this stuff, guys. I'm so like clueless when it comes to this. How do you delete this stuff? I have no idea. I don't even know how to block somebody. Let me see. See if we can figure it out. I have no idea. Maybe it's this. Okay, maybe this is it. I don't know. I got no idea. I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't even know how to block somebody. I have no idea. Probably should figure that out, huh? If you hover over the post, there should be 3 dots to the right. I think you can select block. Let's see. Yeah, see, I'm not normally in the chat under my name, so I don't know if does that stuff still show up in OBS. Let's see, maybe it does. Oh yeah, it does. I just never saw it. We've never had anyone in here trying to post adult materials or whatever that is. Adult chats. Well, apparently somebody is that? I don't know. I think I deleted it. I have no idea. So it's kind of chopping around here. Not a whole lot going on. All right, yeah, looks like it's gone. Just ban him, Joseph says. Yeah, I did. Whoever that is. So we're just kind of grinding higher here, guys. Not a whole lot to do just right now, in my opinion. Not a whole lot to do. The ES is kind of grinding higher here. It pushed up into that 46 area. Nice move off the VWAP earlier on the ES there. Well, we traded back into the 15, got a 30-point rally on the ES all the way up to the 46. So we would have gotten stopped out on the 5-minute strategy for a loss. So good thing we moved the stop there. Of course, in the forward testing, in the review, that would still, well, it wouldn't be a loss. We locked in 1-to-1. So technically it would have been a 1-to-1. It's kind of pushing the 80 here. If we can get some volume to come in on the WADA and get this thing moving, we might participate. But so far it's just not happening. Just low volume, small movements. That's about it. Sellers popping in now. Sellers popping in here. All right, getting a little pullback here. Let's see what happens. Let's kind of watch. See, we kind of marked out this one. I don't think I was talking to you guys, but we had this fair value gap from earlier. Kind of acted as an inverted gap there. You also got one here as well that it kind of traded back into. Right there, got a little support in that area. So we got a little push down there. Let's see here what we get. We might be able to participate here. Oh, man. See that volume just disappear like that? I'm trying to give it a second here. I'm going to take it off there for break even. With Quantower, like I hit the flatten button and it's a solid, I don't know, at least a second and a half before this thing closes the position. You guys noticing that? And this is not on the copy trader. Like I would expect the delay on the copy trader, but it shouldn't be like when I hit the flatten button, that should be pretty well immediate. There's a decent delay there. I don't know why, but there is. So I was kind of thinking we might get that little continuation to the upside. I thought maybe there's just a little pullback and we kind of bounce out of there. ES was trying to bounce as well. But with the explosion line moving below the dead man now, that kind of... That's where the dead man is there, and adjust the line there a little bit so you guys see it a little better. So the ES pushing back up into the 40 here, getting a little buy volume coming in. This is kind of what we were looking for a minute ago, but now we're below the below the dead man there. We don't want to give a whole lot back if we can avoid it. Nice volume coming through there now. There she goes. There she goes. I kind of want to jump in, but I know it's not the smart thing to do. It's been a couple of days last week where I did not jump in and it just went. But it will be my luck today that we jump in and it will just reject. Let's wait for a little pullback here. If it doesn't run this liquidity first, might want to run that liquidity first. Kind of, that's the highs right there, 95.50, and there it is. A little double top right now. So it ran the high. Sure as anything, if I would have just jumped in long right there, it would have pulled back. I think it was at 87. I was considering it at 87. It would have pulled back and stopped us out. So let's see if we get a pullback. The ES kind of lagging behind a little bit here. So I think this thing's got more room to go. If we get this pullback here, let's retest the 90. Maybe 90 area. See if we can retest this 90. Want a proper pullback here. Let's get a little pullback here. Offer us an opportunity to enter before the ES kind of reaches the highs. Let's see some red over here on the WADA. Not seeing any red on that WADA yet. Don't. Oh, come on. Did not get that pullback. Did not get the pullback we're waiting on there to jump in. Just didn't want to horse into it just right there, but we could have. Come on, give us a proper pullback. Let us join the party. Of course, now the explosion line's tilted back down towards the dead man. All right, ES approaching the highs already, so that might kill the wind beneath our wings here. May not want to enter in at that point, I guess. We'll see. Because any weakness over there is just going to be... I think Mancini said earlier, next up's 48. So, unable... The ES has not made the new high yet. We are getting a bit of a pullback, so might... I mean, I don't love it, but we might take the long. We might take the long here. We'll see. Feels a bit like chasing it, to be honest. And we are right here at the whole number. Oh, my goodness. There's that gap. All right, we're going to take it. And we're going to give it some room. This is the gap fill from the weekly gap. I think we still have room up, don't we, or no? Did it? I thought the gap was up there at the 25s. Could be wrong here, though. Sellers are pushing down. I don't love it. That's probably... I don't know how much room I'm going to give this, actually. If the volume doesn't come in now, I'm going to kill it. Come on, let's go. Give me the 25s. Let's go. Watching the WADA here. Watching the WADA. All right, we're just going to take it off there for the $100. It's probably going to go. You can see we're kind of pulling back below the explosion line here. That's why I killed it. The 100-point gap fill will be up at the 35s, I believe. 34, 35 area. There we go. So there you go. Would have probably, I don't know, 125s we were looking for. Yeah, traded right up to it there. So we did fill that gap there, guys. We bounced. I mean, if you took that entry off the pivot here, that's a huge trade. So I would have got the full 60 ticks there, but unfortunately we closed it. Thanks, Predator. We left some on the table there, so I'm not completely happy with it, but you know, green is green. Puts us over $1,000 on the day for this account, so still need about $750 on that account to kind of get it funded. I really should have taken that trade on the copy trade accounts, but I didn't. Well, only taking that one entry on the copy trade accounts today. ES pushed up into the 51s. Mancini called out the 48s earlier. So he says 48 up next, 66 in play for the next leg up if the ES wants it. Still seems like it's got more power, but how does it get there is the question, right? Man, I didn't really think that gap would be filled today, but it sure came and filled it. Still got more to go to fill it there. I think to fully fill it's up in the 35 area. I consider it closed, though. I always put mine about 10 points below it just to front run it a little bit, just in case it decides not to fully fill it or whatever. So I think you need the 35 here to really close it out. I think you need the 35s to close it. Excuse me. This is Lee. Be patient. Yeah, I'm trying my best. Trying my best. This is Lee. We try to show patience when we can. I mean, I don't want, I missed the entry down here, really. This was a nice, you had some consolidation here, but you can see that's a nice breakout. If you zoom back out here, you can see that volume there. We were just below the dead man there when that volume came in. And then it pushed up. Nice, would have been a nice entry there, but. So again, this is the new week opening gap. So this is the close, or the close from Friday to the open on today, this morning. I don't know if I love the breakout trade at the highs here, guys. I mean, you get a little consolidation, get a little pullback. I want to see 5 or 6 red candles, and then maybe go. If it goes before then, I don't love it. ES is right there at the 52s as well, so I don't want to take this long up here at the highs, so I'd wait. If you're not long already, then it's, to me, it just makes more sense to wait. If you guys are new here, we do trade live 5 days a week, 9:15 a.m. Eastern. Also starting back trading the London session as well. I'll be in on the London session every day this week for sure. I might miss one New York session because we'll be traveling. There you go. You see it's breaking out there, about to close this gap. No real buy volume though. See that buy volume there on the WADA? It's just not. It's coming in a little bit, but it's not great volume. So now the gap is closed. We can go ahead and take this off here. I'm going to leave this inverted gap down there just for reference. So we're coming into the 2 o'clock hour, so let's think about what we think might happen in the 2 o'clock hour. Let's kind of look at the 3-minute chart here, see what we got. So typically what you would want to see in the 2 o'clock hour, right, is if you've ran liquidity, which we did. We ran the liquidity there. You'd want to see some sort of market structure shift back to the downside on the 3-minute chart, which would mean that we'd really have to trade through the 071 area. So a pretty big pullback actually, based on what we're looking at right now. Or if we don't get that, then we'd be looking for a pullback maybe into that 100 area, hold that 95 to 100 area on a 3-minute chart. So those are kind of the two ideas that you'd be looking at there. So the explosion line now is above the dead man. So if this buy volume does come in here, I mean, even though we are at the highs, we could participate. We'll see. I don't think I love it, but we might do it. We might try it. I'd like to pull back and retest this trend line one time. If it does that though, then I don't know if we'd still be above the dead man there. We'll just have to wait and see. So right there at the previous session, there we go. Actually, did we close it out? I guess the previous session close is actually at the 39.50. So I guess we didn't quite get to that yet. There we are now. Yeah, we hit it. We just hit it now. And then we got Friday's high up at 160. possible next up. So you got Friday's high at the 160.
Oh Lord, it's like, yeah.
All right, this is definitely pushing the luck here. It's gonna watch the WADA. If the volume disappears, we're gonna kill it. Like immediately, if the volume disappears. We see any shot of red, we're gonna get out. I think it wants the 60. I'm gonna close it there. That looked a little suspect. Did you guys, I mean, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing here? I literally hit flatten, and I realize there should be a little bit of delay. But between the time I'm hitting flatten and the time it takes this order off, I mean, there's at least a second and a half delay there. It's basically,
We've essentially just ran up 75 points without even taking a break on the 1 minute chart.
how do I show my entries on this Quantire? Anybody know? Settings, order entry. I don't know what this is. Oh, that's that. No labels. Order entry. I don't know.
183.9. The band of bubble bottom off that opening range trade.
View.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I'm trying to see where you can see my order entry. I mean, you would think it would be right here. Am I not? Am I overlooking it? I mean, it says show order entry. Oh, that's over there. I don't know. There's the 60s, guys. So I kind of felt like it wanted it, but I didn't want to. I don't like trading right there at the highs like that. The perceived high. Settings, visual trading, trades. Let's see. Settings, visual trading, trades. Oh. Trades. Boom. There we go. I appreciate that there, Mad Moxie. Yeah, it says I was just curious because I'm like, this last trade here, look at this. I mean, I hit that. We were up at least 5 points, and this has basically stopped me for break even. 2 ticks. I hate the delay on Quantire. I really do. It's just I don't know why it's like that. I understand there's going to be a little bit of delay. Now, guys, I'm not complaining about that. Obviously, there's a little delay there, but man, that's crazy. Because I hit it, if I'm looking over here, before this bar even turned red, I hit it. before this one, right at the end of this one. So price was at 146.50, and it stops me at 143.75. I don't get it. I mean, like, I understand a little bit of a delay there, but that's too much. Because, like, I can hear it in my headphones when I hit flat, and it goes, it's like, it makes a little chime, and then when it takes it off the book, it makes another chime. And there is a significant delay there. So we went through the previous session high there. What do we got next? Let's kind of zoom out a little bit. We got 189.75 up next as a potential. Continued up. Well, we got about 13 minutes here until 2 o'clock. Sellers coming in here knocking her down. ES all the way up to 63. Kind of glad that I appreciate that, Mad Boxy. Are you trading Quantower? And if you are you noticing any kind of delay there? Any kind of delay? You're probably not taking your trades off like I am, though, huh? That's why a lot of times I just move my stop. Probably should have just did that, but it's fine. Yeah, and that's the only thing when I'm copy trading with these. That's a big deal, you know. I don't know what the dog's barking at. Thinking we might start selling back down now. Getting some consolidation here. Some consolidation. Pushing back up here. There comes some buyers. Pushing through, making new highs. ES still got room up there. I think Mancini said 66 is up next. Almost there now. 64.25 over here on the ES. I mean, the ES is just blasted through every level today. Nasdaq has too. Yeah, you use Quantower and your flatten worked fine, but I find that my eval sim accounts are slower than live accounts. Oh, okay. That could be what it is too. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Maxie. Maxie. Come here. I don't know what he's in there barking at. What are you barking at? What? What's the problem? What is the problem? What is the problem there, guy? Come here. Don't you go back in there and start barking. Don't you do it. Don't give me that look. He's giving me that look like, you know I am going in there to bark right now.
I know. It's just like the last, you know what I mean? It's really been gassy, like when it does this.
Sellers pushing in here. ES up to 65.75 before pulling back. You guys haven't already, if you're watching and you're not yet subscribed, I hate to keep asking, but it's the only way we're going to get subscribers. Please press that subscribe button. Helps the channel. It's free. Once again, we do stream live 5 days a week, 9:15 Eastern, and also working in the London sessions this week. London sessions will be back. So for those of you who are awake at 2:45 Eastern, join me. Join me for the London session. I enjoy the London sessions. I think they're fun. We didn't get a whole lot of movement out of the London session last night, but we did take some profit. Took a couple of stupid entries, but you know, we got away with them. Still came out green. Mancini's now tweeted. He says, strong follow through continues on the ES and now up 55 points from today's 43.10 buy zone. We are at 43.66. Next target up. F long lock in profits here. It's been a long run. Leave risk free runners. Seasonal low tracking. 43.77 to 80 is up next. 48.36 are now support. So 48 and 36 are now support there. I mean, thing is, the dog is barking. I am getting like notifications on my camera, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything. So it seems we might have one more push in us. Am I a full-time trader? Trader asks, this is Lee. I do trade full-time, Lee, but I am not counting on this as income. So there you go. I do have other sources of income. I would eventually like to have income from it, but just not yet. Just not yet. So you can see the it's trying to push through here. The ES pushing back up into the highs as well. Kind of waiting on us to turn down here, to be honest, before I can interested in taking another entry. We need to either turn back down, find an area of support, or and then move higher, or just sell off. I don't really think we're gonna. I don't feel like we're gonna sell off. Did we get good news? I don't know. I have no idea, Anna. I don't think so. I don't even pay attention to the news. Let's look. Venezuela readying return to Mexico-based talks with opposition sources. I don't see. That's the last I've seen today. At 11:07, it says U.S. stocks move mostly lower amid geopolitical tensions. Obviously, that's wrong. I mean, that could be stocks, but that's not. So I don't see any news, any updated news. That was at 12:16. I don't think that has anything to do with the rally. I wouldn't think. So we're getting some consolidation here. Maybe get a little consolidation into this 2 o'clock hour before we start selling off. Or at least get some sort of move lower. Maybe back down to the 45 on the ES. 48 area. Something like that. Sort of move back in the other direction, right? We've had a 250, 40 point move up. Whatever it is exactly. Off the 77s, I guess that's, well, probably a little more than 200 points from down here off the pivot. 65, yeah. Held that pivot earlier. You can see I got to quit cutting my trades off, like right here. Even this one I took off for break even, would have hit my profit. This one I took off for 4 or 5, would have hit my profit. That one we would have been stopped out on, so that's a decent one. This one would have hit the profit. That was a short. Don't know if that would have hit the profit. Look at that long entry there. It's pretty solid. Hit the profit. So we are up on this account. If you guys are just joining us, we have traded several accounts today. So here's the 5 minutes gap play. $795. On that one, we locked in a 1-to-1 after we reached 1.75 to 1. The 15-minute opening gap was 760. That probably should have been a loser. And then we got the copy trader on. Across these other accounts, we're up $95 on 10 accounts and then $50 on 3 other ones. And then this account's up $1,030. So we're in the green. We're in the green today. This is looking very, very roundy. This is looking like you want to short it here, but tough to do right now. My luck is I try to front run the short and then it just blasts out of there. So let's just wait. Let's wait for a move down and then we'll look for some sort of entry. We'll see if that materializes or not. Look at that blast off right there, guys. Wow. ES up to the 67.50. We are coming into the top of the hour here. Probably what that's from, I guess. So we got that blast up there. All right, so top of the hour coming up here in less than a minute. That's when we'll start looking for something to offer us an entry here. Would like to take one more trade on the copy trade accounts. I mean, like, I don't like, it's not a, we are above the dead man. Technically, if you get a second one print above the explosion line, you could take it, but I don't like it. We are into the top of the hour. I think we get a little push here, and then we start this pullback. But we could just be wrong. Possible pullback into that 95-100 level. Still looking good on the 3-minute chart for that area. So that's about a 100-point move down before we kind of reach an area of support. Across the 2 o'clock hour there. Let's see if this thing starts pulling back. Oh, do we dare? So I kind of want to take. I wanted to take the short here, but well, so I'm gonna try to wait for a pullback here. That's what we're waiting on. I'm expecting some sort of move back to the downside. I don't love the longs here just because this big huge move up. The market typically doesn't just go up straight up, and then usually we go up and then we kind of stair step up, and then we can make some sort of retracement.
Is it fucking worth shorting? Like,
I
I'm
tried to
trying to short this thing, and I think I might try to short this thing. Yeah, I'm not touching it, bro. I don't know,
probably
I
go
just
pull
put
it back
I got
away
burned
a little.
multiple times. Hasn't done.
a few macros in this, my God. Just hold them on.
Just trying to watch here, guys. We're waiting to see what happens. See if this thing can pull back, offer us another entry.
The breakouts are smaller in percentage wise, but smaller.
The problem is, this easily could just be blasting off to the upside. So we're not just going to jump into a short. Going to need some sort of pullback that gives us something that offers us a clean entry on a short if we're going to take one. I mean, I could really see us pulling back all the way to the 100 level. I don't really see anything that
What, you thought this was there?
could stop us all the way to back to 100. That is pretty.
Super trend is bullish.
I mean, you guys can see kind of. I mean, this thing is got a little bit of a divergence going on here. The volume doesn't match the push. So that looks like, looks like we want to turn back in the other direction. But does that mean anything immediately? Not really. I mean, if you had the stones, you could just toss in the short. It's really tempting to. I mean, it's so tempting to short this. It really, really is. What do you do? Put your stop up here at the 200. I mean, does it have more room to the upside? Obviously, it always could.
It doesn't have to have one.
I'm going to toss one in here. I don't know how long I'll let it ride. If it makes a new high here, we'll kill it. We tried it once. That's all we can do. Giving it a moment here. Let's see if this thing... So making a new high. Let's see if this thing... All right, I'm just taking it off there. So I gave back a couple hours, or a couple of $100 away there. Probably should have killed that a lot sooner. The WADA was kind of telling me to, but ES pushed up into the 70 there. It was tough not to short that. I just kind of wanted to give it a try. I mean, it could have turned down, right? Could have. Probably a bit of an aggressive entry for sure. Let me check this 15-minute chart here. I mean, this thing kind of has, yeah, this thing has room up to the 247 area on the 15-minute chart. Obviously, it can go wherever it wants to go, but it does have a little more room to the upside there if it wants it. If it wants it. So pushed up to the 206 there, ES up to the 7250. Now the sellers are pushing in here, but the thing is, you're pushing into the whole number, so you almost expect it to pull back into that 90 area and then try to push back up. If that's what it's going to do. Well, we're just waiting. Tried to front run a short there. That's what happens to me when I do that. That's why I don't normally try to pick tops or bottoms. I normally just stay away from it. But that one was a little bit too tempting to do. A little too tempting. We took it. Gave back some of the profits. So on the 3-minute chart here, we really need to trade back into that 74 area to have a chance at a pullback. Just kind of watching, guys, trying to make sure I'm not overlooking anything on this next entry. ES pushed up into the 72.50 there, pulling back now down to the 70. Obviously, we pushed up into the 206, pulling back. So kind of retesting the 90 here. I mean, if it's going to continue to pump, you'd expect it to kind of hold this area and then push back up. 90.75 right there. Got to stop getting the urge to press the button without a proper setup here. Just watching the WADA here. I mean, it looks like it wants more. Looks that way. Kind of got a look in its eye like it wants to go higher. Oh. Not yet, though. There comes the sellers. ES back to the 69 area. Well, if we lose this 90 area, like I said, over here on the 3-minute chart, I think we need to break 75. Must have been a little early to the party. Let's watch here and see if we can get this pushed back up or not. A little bit early to that short earlier. Back to my entry. I want to participate here, but let's just wait. Might turn back up here. Well, trying to take this pop here. Watching the WADA. I don't like that it's longing into the 90, but we're going to give it a second. Tried to take a break out there. I thought maybe it would go, but it did not. I mean, it looks like acts like it wants to go, but could kind of break this to the downside too, right? Oh, man. Kind of looks like it wants to break out here, but I mean, also could just turn over. It's like, you know, still could just go either way here. Oh, man. Looks like an ABC to the downside. I just kind of thought we might make one more run to the highs. Yeah, I thought we might make one more run to the highs there, but are we going to make a sea leg down here? All right, we're going to take it. Let's get this sea leg down here and see if we can't capitalize on this one. Breaking down here. All right, we're going to go to break even. Come on, don't you dare. I want this thing to sell. Come on. It's going to retest that trend line again. Seems as though. Let's see if it retests the trend line. I mean, it feels like it wants to sell here. It really does, but and there comes some buyers. Yeah, I'm not happy with how I managed these last couple of trades. I was thinking we might get another run at the highs, and then I shorted anyway. So this thing doesn't sell now. I'm probably gonna take it off. We'll just give some back. It's kind of waiting, guys. I want to take this off. Not in love with it at this point, to be honest, but all right, any more green on the WADA and I'm getting out. It's going to close it there. So we've given back about $500 in profit right there over the last, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. Just trying to trade this tricky area instead of just taking clean trades. So that's 1, 2, you know, kind of 3 out of the last 4 trades. So let's just let's let it give us a clear path as to what it's wanting to do here before we enter again. I mean, I don't know. It looks like a short setup, but you know, could just hold here. I was thinking earlier we get another run at the highs, and then I changed my mind. Well, the next entry needs to be a good one, because otherwise we may just be giving all the profits back and just walking away even on that account. We don't want to do that. I don't know. For whatever reason, I just feel like it's going to sail. But we've tried both directions here a couple times and not kind of gotten what we're looking for there. Oh, come on. Kind of just idiot boxing here, guys. I mean, look at this in the last, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, just trading. I mean, just trading in a range here. Look at my entries. Just kind of just trading in this idiot box here. See what happens at the whole number here again. So trying to test the top of the idiot box here. Kind of want to short the top of the box. Sell the bottom. ES is still trying to push though, so might get one more run at the highs here. Man, I just hate. I mean, based on the idiot box, it's, you know, oh, you should take a short. Or is this thing wanting to get a little higher here? I'm going to short it, guys. I'm going to take the short at the top here, at this top of this box. We'll sell the bottom. Even though, based on the trend line here, it kind of looks like a breakout, right? Sure it does. So trying to pop here. If I would have longed it, you know, it would have just went the other direction, right? So I never liked to long the top of the idiot box. Kind of watching the WADA here. See if we get a bunch of volume pump in here, then we'll just kill it. And then we'll probably put that account away because we've just given away too much profits on it today. Just watching. See what happens. Yes, double top there. All right, just took a small winner. Probably going to sell now. Stop me out and then go. And that's what I do horribly, guys. That's what we do. Now it's selling down to the bottom of the idiot box. You dirty dog. Wasn't even looking at the WADA there. Should have been watching the WADA. The sell volume looks nice, solid. Nice and solid there on the WADA to the downside. It's all right. Still up $620 on the account. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. If you've not yet subscribed, please do me a favor. Hit the subscribe button. We're still at 348 subscribers. So if you are watching and you're not subscribed, please do that. Helps the channel. So kind of holding up here at the bottom of the idiot box. I feel kind of bad that I closed the trade there, but trying to resist the urge to re-enter. Right now anyway. Don't want to be shorting to the bottom of the idiot box. Yeah, there was no real reason to close that trade, but we did. Tristan Williams, appreciate it. Hello. What? Say what? No, it will. It just did. You didn't see it? You just have to wait on it. See? I got the stuff on there. Come on now. Yeah, that's because nobody subscribed today, really. Oh man, I'm kind of frustrated on this short. I was short from 92 and I moved the stop and closed it. Control. Yeah, you just hit control and then drag it with your mouse. Bouncing off the bottom of the idiot box here. Are we going to bust out the bottom of the idiot box? Oh man, do we take the short again? Oh, freaking no. I shouldn't. If I'm being smart about it, we should not take the short again. If we're being smart about it, but man, it wants it. All right, let's wait for the 3 minutes. I was going to wait for the 3 minute setup to form here. So we now have a structure shift on the 3 minute chart. Let's see if this thing leaves us some sort of PD array to enter short. Holy cow, man. I would have had 20-point winner there. Goodness gracious. It's all right. So let's see if this thing pushes down. Let's see. We got 177 would kind of be the entry short. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can't. See if we can't get tagged in. Like to see it push back up here and tag us in before it continues to go. Retest that idiot box, the bottom of it, one more time. Retest the idiot box. Let's go. See if the Ninzaringo offers us a setup on that one too. Probably here. If it retests that 78, then I think we'll get an entry on the Ninzaringo also. Come on. Push back up. If that sell volume comes in before it tags us in, we'll just market order in, but I'd rather it just tag us in here. Realistically, this thing should be able to get down into these 50s here. Come on. That's the thing on this strategy. You're like, come on, go up and tag me in. And then you're like, no, don't go up any higher. That's really where it needs to be. 77.75. All right, we're going to take the short over here on the Ninzaringo as well. See if we get tagged in here at 77.75. How is it just playing with our tag in there? I want to just market order in because I want this fill right here. All right, we're in. Now let's see what happens. Give us the 50. Give us the 50. So now we want to see the 50 here. If we can get the 50, that would be ideal. But if we get stopped out, we just get stopped out. This is kind of the setup that we were waiting on. So let's just take our hands off the mouse. And it'll be what it'll be. We're going to be down, I don't know, for $800. We will be in the red here. Oh, look at that. That didn't work. So let's kind of watch and see what happened here. Kind of traded down into that order block there. And then your buyers came right back in. Well, on the 3-minute chart, I don't see a reason why. Did I have my stop in the wrong spot? Oh, crap, I did. My stop was supposed to be at 201. I completely missed that. I had my stop in the wrong spot there. This is the gap we were supposed to be waiting on it to come to. All right, we'll take it again. It may burn us, but it's fine. It might burn us here. That's fine if it does. I just had my stop in the wrong spot. I didn't realize that. I didn't even notice that gap. Let's take this stuff off here. We don't really need it. So this is the gap I should have been watching. Just not paying attention there. Looks like we're going to get stopped here on this again. Potentially. ES pushing here for sure. Doesn't look great. I don't really see any reason why we bounced in where we did on the 3-minute chart. I mean, there is an order block on the 1-minute chart, but those don't typically get respected at the same rate as the 3-minute chart does. So. See if this thing just puts in a lower high and then sells. Let's see what happens. Let's just see. I cannot believe I did that on that last trade. I mean, this one's not looking great either, but this is where I should have been taking the entry anyway. I'm just thinking about closing it. ES is still pushing. Not a whole lot of volume there on the WADA though. There we go, stopped out. Now we're down 350 on that account after being up 1,000. That kind of hurts. So it's kind of expecting a run. You know, this is what I was talking about, how I kind of do things sometimes, how I mismanage stuff. So let's just go back and look at the last 3 entries, right? Just the last 3 entries. Let's focus on those. So we got short here at 92.75. We took some heat. It pushed us into profit. What do? We just cover. We just moved the stop for no real reason. The WADA didn't say move the stop. We just moved it. So we're short from 92.75. This thing trades all the way down to 66. So almost 30 points. Then it pushes back up. We take another short. We get stopped. Pushes back up more. We take another short. We get stopped. So if we hold that first entry, we don't take these last 2 entries. And that's kind of what I've noticed that I do. You know, we don't hold the trade on the first entry, but then we hold it for the full losers after that, which is not what you want to do. So there you go. I mean, it's not the end of the world in this account. We're still up $842 at the end of the day on it. It's not the end of the world. But it is a bit frustrating. But those are things we can work on, you know, tidy up. That's how it is. You can tidy it up, make it a little better. So I made a new high there, now trying to push down. ES up to the 75s, pulling back now to the 72s. So now let's see if this turns this gap into an inverted gap and uses it as some support before continuing higher here. Let's see if that's what happens. We'll wait, watch the WADA, see what the WADA tells us to do. And that's the thing, like on those plays, I really should be paying attention to the WADA because that right there should be telling me to close the trade, right? That should be telling me to close the trade. There's no sell volume in there that tells me I should be short. All right, we're going to get a B to C leg back up here. Kind of looks that way. Let's wait for the WADA. Let's see if we do. kind of watching here. Holding up here. All right, we're going to take the long here. Let's see what happens. Got to see this bullish volume come in here. Well, gonna need this thing to push if it's gonna push. And there you go. We're gonna get punished in both directions here. Breaking the rules. We're jumping in before the WADA says to, number one. Number two, we increased our size. You guys didn't notice that, which is also a no-no. It is a no-no. You're not supposed to do that. I mean, I think we see 225. I really do. I believe we see 225, but how do we get there, right? That's the question. It's always the question. How do you get there? How do you get there? That is the question. So if we don't see this bullish volume come in here in a moment, probably just going to go ahead and eat it. And then watch it go to 225 without us. As you do. All right, there comes some buyers. See if we get a push here. Need the push. We need the push. Gotta go if you're gonna go. Trying to show confidence in this trade, trying to give it a chance to do what I think it's going to do. The only problem with it is it's a, I think it's going to do this type trade. It's not, this is the setup that we're taking. So if we get stopped out here on this one, granted, just one account, not the end of the world, right? But I do think that this is, it's not a trade that I'm in love with. And I've sized up. We broke the rules. We're in before we should be. So even if it is a winner, even if it works out, is it really a good trade? Probably not. And we know that now, so we could just go ahead and take the trade off and just look for a good trade. Would make more sense. Well, I don't think there's a might about it. It would certainly make more sense. But are we going to do that? No, of course not. Of course not. Sellers pushing through here. Really needed to hold this gap. I don't think we got a whole lot more drawdown left here, guys. We were up 1,000. Now we're down 1,000. So you do the math. If this thing pushes down too much further, it's going to take the account with it. So probably if it hits 85, 86 area, it'll probably just take us out of it anyway. All right. So we want to see it push. Want to see it go. We want to see it go. Oh, we know that it can. And it probably will, but it might go without us. Stream kind of lagging here. Lagging a little bit. I think OBS disconnected. All right, so we got a new subscriber there, 349. Anybody else watching that's not subscribed, let's go ahead and hit that button. All right, starting to push here. I actually want this to be up a little higher. Probably, yeah, the 10s. Like I said, I think we probably see 25. That's my guess. So let's see if we get this quick push through the 10s here. I think it will go pretty quick. There's the 03s. WADA's looking decent. The explosion line's trying to get above the dead man there. All right, 10s is up next. There's the 10. Now we will move our stop. Locking in the 04s on that one. All right, well, we just got one left. See if we can get it up to the 20. We're going to leave the stop where it is. For now. As long as the volume's looking right. Lock in 120 on it. See if it can go. Come on. You got more. I know you got the 25s. Just give it to me. In fact, let's move this down here to the 03s. We're going to move this take profit up. We'll say 23s. I think 25 is the ceiling here. Won't let it come back on us. If we see a bunch of sell volume come in here, we'll just take it off. The 05 is kind of the line in the sand there. Trying to let it go. I think we hit the 25s. This question is, how do we get there? Do we stop me and then go? Looks like it. Go. Gots to go. All right, now we can move this up to the bottom of that candle. Need the buyers to come in here now. Well, we locked in $100, so we'll just leave it there. There we go, stopped out. It's fine. So, was it a good trade? Did it work out? Yes, it worked out. Is it a good trade? No, that's not a good trade. For all the reasons that I outlined before. So, wasn't a good trade. Worked out. I think we ended up making, I don't even know what we were down when we entered, but now we're down, we're only up 345, so at least we're not red. So that's going to be the last trade I take on that account today. Appreciate whoever subscribed right there. It didn't give me a notification, but we just moved up to 350. So we do appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Like I said, that was not a good trade. It worked out fine, but it was not a good trade. Mancini just tweeted. Let's see what old Mancini has to say. See what Mancini's got to say here. Says, we're arriving at my first macro target for this week as per plan posted on Saturday. He wrote, as long as 43.10.95 lowest holds, 43.80, 44.20 is next. And we are coming into the 43.80 now for a 70 point from buy zone off the 43.10s. Good resistance here for a cool down, cool off before the next leg. Same supports apply. So still got a little room to the upside there. If he's saying 43.80 is up next, we're at 43.75. $43.75. Pushing back down here. Now this thing is just dumpy, man. Look at that thing. Every time I tried to short it, it didn't work. So at least we did get the run through the highs there. Didn't make it to 25 though. I was kind of thinking for sure that we'd make it to 25. Interesting that we didn't. 3 o'clock. Still holding that gap. Do we take another long here? No, I don't think so. Now this looking like an A-leg, right? Nice high volume. Looking like an A-leg to the downside there. See it pushing back up, testing the skid mark here. Do we dare take the short? If we do, we reduce size we don't size up like we did. Oh goodness, look at that. Oh, do we? Man, that was a lightsaber. Did you guys see that? That little lightsaber back down. What was that? Got a nice quick lightsaber to the downside there, and then popped right back up. I don't like how high that sell volume was there. Obviously, you could already be long here. See, we're above the dead man, above the explosion line. Volume's still coming in here. Kind of ranging, really. It's trying to just reel me back into another entry. You know what? Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I want to hit the buy button here so bad, but this looks like an ABC to the downside on the 1 minute chart. I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. So we do see the sellers come in here, and then we will take the short. Gotta have 2 print above the explosion line. So that's what we're looking for. 2 to print above the explosion line. If it's 2 green ones, we take a long. If it's 2 red ones, we take a short. We'll keep it simple. Do we switch over to the copy trade account? Take it on there. Probably not the smartest of ideas. But no one ever accused me of being a smart man. No, wait, this ain't the copy trade account. This is the copy trade account. All right, this is probably not going to be a very smart entry. We are actually in the 90s here. Not the smartest place to short. I don't know why I did that. Let's just take this off. Over here making a boneheaded decision there. All right, see if we get this push now. Welp. That's not a good look. What am I doing? What are we doing over here? I'm doing stupid stuff, guys. I may just need to call it a day. We are kind of doing stupid stuff over here. Alright, see if we get the push up now. The volume's coming in now. It's got to continue in here. Just kind of watching. Need this buy volume to start building. Don't want it to start slowing down here. You want it to start building. It looks like it's slowing.